Okay, we're back with more Celeste. Let's go. Now I know that there are seasides, and they are hard. Just did this one, right? Yeah, okay. Had 430 deaths on the B side, so... Not like that, apparently. I don't think I can make this. Is there a trick to this one in particular? Is it jumping off the side of that wall there? Okay, I'll give it a try. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I have to hit that wall on the side to make it. Gotta time it less stupidly, though. And I'm already dead. I think I definitely have to touch that wall on the left side. We'll see. I keep instinctively wanting to dash into the wall. First try, alright. Whoops. That's not so bad. I was thinking every room was going to be like a repeat of the last seaside, which was just basically the same world over and over. Can I easily get on the other side of that? Wow, screw this. Dude. This is gonna take me a while. It's not so bad. Incorrect. It's very bad. Okay, I might need to dash after that second thing. Can you do that wall kick off of one of these platforms? I think I have to dash here. Womp. Okay. Progress, though. Not great. I just have to dash and then jump manually onto the other side of it once I get up there. I don't think I need the dash to get to the exit. That's what I mean to say. But too low. So it answers that question about the wall kick. Too much manual climbing, though. Gotta wait a little bit longer to do the second jump. Did not bump my head right there. So be careful to not fly directly into the wrong side of that thing too. Got too ahead of myself there, gotta wait a little bit longer. Oh boy. And beat my B-side death counts on this screen alone. I think I can do it now though, it's a question of executing. It's not one of those rooms where it's like, I don't even know what to do, you know? That wasn't so bad. This room seems pretty bad. Is the heart gonna be at the end? Yeah, okay. This is the this is the true seaside. Oh god. Okay. Oh boy. The way these clouds work, they're more forgiving on the back end than they are on the front end, right? Already done. Hey, Johan, what's up? Ah! Wind is literally strong enough that I can't move backwards. I know, right? It's like leaning forward as a kid playing games. Doing alright. Because if you're only on the cloud for a split second, you don't get your dash back. Right. Lesson learned. Already dead. Probably need to go diagonally there if I ever wanted to try to recover from that mistake. Probably gotta go straight up and get blown into the next one. Yeah, I really gotta get all the way on the left side of that cloud or I'm in trouble. That time I might have been okay. Ouch. I'm gonna try to use the analog stick. I usually have been doing the D-pad, but my left hand was hurting really bad last episode, all D-pad, so. He held up a little too early. It'd be great if I could make this opening part more consistent. I'm just not landing on that second cloud far enough to the left. Here we go. Oopsies. Sometimes you die for silly reasons. I have to hold up, right, and then switch to up pretty quickly, I think. I keep wanting to press up early, and it's launching me right into the crystals. Oh god, I think I have to do a diagonal jump there and just have the wind carry me the rest of the way. That seems impossible. I'm gonna try it. I might have to look at the viewfinder for that one. Let me do that real quick, actually. I think I have to have it launch me straight right. And then I think as soon as I pass those spikes, I have to dash up and to the right and then just pray that I land on that thing. And then I have to do some frustrating, complicated jump over the spikes shenanigans. And use that to get out of here. We're gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna check, let's see. The timestamp is 12 minutes. Expect that to be 2 hours and 12 minutes. See if I ever get consistent at this beginning part or if it's just random. Ah, if I had a dash. Alright. Being able to clear that and get straight over is really hard. I guess you'll never have a dash there? I don't think. Oops. So I have a second to let off upright there. I don't have to press it so early as I've been doing. I think I have to jump straight over it and immediately aim for the bubble. That's hard. The wind's always too much for me to get there. I need to just like practice that a whole bunch. Oh, I think I may have just learned something that'll make me a little bit more consistent at the beginning part there. That's a bummer. I had just run out of dash momentum. Okay, I need to go up and to the right there. It tells me I can get to that thing more easily than the way I've been doing it so far, though, which is nice. So if you bounce off of the heart, you always get a dash back. I maybe could have saved it if I had thought of that. Hey, that wasn't so bad. So instead of 2 hours, it was 3 minutes from when I said. The end part was easier to sight read than I thought. Still very tricky. Sick. Alright. Mirror Temple Seaside. Let's go. Don't know what I was expecting. I just jump straight over this and get to the block. Yes, that's easier. Trixie. Pinky finger, touch the spikes. Actually not sure what to do at the end of this room. Guessing I have to just drop from the far right one. Let's see. If I can make it to the opposite side of it. Nope, that's not correct. Huh. I need dashes for all of this though, right? Okay, I'm at a complete loss as to what to do in this final section, so I might have to ask for help. I'll try it a couple more times. Does it have to do with the momentum of the block rising up or going down? I guess is the question. Yeah, I don't think I can clear that. Unless if it's just jumping at exactly the right time while it's rising to clear this. No, that still doesn't make it without a dash. Or is it like a wall jump thingy? Spikes are in the way, so it's probably not a wall jump. We need to use a wall jump to get there in the first place. Practice the tech more. Maybe it's about delaying when I get to the second one, so I have more time with... Do you remember how to actually clear the end of it? I'm really honestly don't know how to get over there. I'm tempted to like look up a video of it. Maybe it's wall jumping. Something to do with the wall bounce. Okay. Or at least the last 2 blocks, right? Not all 6. Or do you really mean all 6? Huh. It would be funny if I could just reach that. It's weird. I don't know how I would even use the other ones. Alright, I'll look it up. 1 sec. Mirror set. Mirror. Temple Seaside. Can't even see what the mechanic is here. What the fuck? Okay, I'm glad I looked that up because I wouldn't have figured it out. That was a good tip, though, Spiky. I see what you're going for there. Nice. Basically, it's trying to, like, instead of doing what I'm currently doing, it's trying to... Hold on. I see what to do. It's going to take me a while to execute, though. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Almost. Doesn't want to let me jump now. I can see this room being rough for the golden strawberry because you got to do this immediately and then do the rest of the stage, right? At least there's a checkpoint after this for plebes like me not going for a golden strawberry. Did the first part correctly, then I forgot. Yeah. pretty tight what counts as close enough for the wall kick, huh? Wall bounce, I guess it's called. I had one attempt a little bit earlier, I almost had it. It's too bad I didn't just get luck out and nail it then. This is one of those, like, I've got a 25% chance to hit each one. Integrate that over 6 jumps. It's more forgiving than the normal one. Sure. Whoa, it apparently touched a corner of that didn't kill me. That was crazy. I think it's the A button timing that's more forgiving, but like it's not forgiving in terms of your proximity to the wall, right? I get excited once I hit it, and then I forget what the hell I'm doing. Not like that. Like the first time I tried it after looking at the video, I nailed it, and now I can't reproduce it. Stop thinking so much, apparently. Would've been good if I hadn't hit the wall there. Ouch. Oh, that would have been it if I had jumped a little bit sooner. It's too bad. Getting the second jump sometimes now. Sounds like a 40%, 40%, 40%. Head first. Nice. Once I finish streaming this, it might be fun to go back and see how much more quickly I can do them with the aid of muscle memory. Gosh. That may have been recoverable, even though I screwed up the wall jump part, I'm not sure. Womp womp. Might be the most deaths I've had in a single room, I'm not sure. It's probably close. Oh. Can you see a death breakdown per chamber, or is it just per level? That should have been it. Reconstructed from the VOD. Wish that one attempt I had early on would have saved me a chunk of time there. Portal at minimum only. Let's see. I thought I was gonna run out of grab there. All right. Thought so. Nice. Cool little bit of tech there. I don't know why I keep holding up right there. Pretty precise height there. Okay. Gotta be able to transition to down right in time. What the fuck? I actually don't know what to do there. Is it wall jump off of that? Does that even get me up there alive? That seems impossible. Alright, well, I'll keep practicing this part, I guess. I have to do this entirely on feel. I can't, like, look where it's going. Do it based on sound, I guess. But you gotta hit the crystal at the exact right spot or you're gonna have a bad time. Okay. Personal best. I don't know if I can hit that. We'll see. Really? I could see that, yeah. Do I have the right idea with that part that I'm currently at, progression-wise? Okay, it didn't look like it was enough to get me up there, but maybe I just gotta time it better. Too early. See if I can make this first part consistent would be nice. Yeah, is it just that I have to hit it at a slightly better angle in order to get a little bit more height out of it? Does the... This is a weird question. Does the part of the bubble you enter from matter at all? I kind of assumed once you entered the bubble that was... There's nothing new. Okay. Thanks. There we go. What the hell am I doing now? They probably held on to this for too long now. Let's see. Centers you? Well, that's fine. Timing on that second one is very precise, is to get the really high jump. It's hard. Incredible when you consistently die in the exact same spot for the exact same reason. Yeah, it's like I gotta launch, I gotta press the jump button. Okay, so the time you press the jump button on the wall matters. You can't just press it immediately or your height might not be high enough. I guess that makes sense. I was thinking of the block as one discrete entity and that each pixel of the block didn't necessarily matter. That seems to be incorrect. Because I think of games like this, like tile to tile, it's probably going to be what helps me out here. Alright, but there I hit it too late. Jump late to get the most height. But not too late. We're talking like frames. That was too late. Yeah, this whole time, every time I've been screwing those up, I was like, maybe there's something else going on. But it being like the part of the block that you're jumping off of seems important. That was the best right there. How far off of the block can you be and still trigger the... Is it like half a tile, maybe? So maybe I should err on the side of being late. It looks like being half a tile over, like hitting the max range is good too. In terms of getting more distance in the direction you're trying to go. Oops. Gotta stop looking at Madeline and just trust that I'm pressing the button at the right time, I think. Gonna let that raise up a bit. Alright. Fuck that. Actually, I don't know what's next after that. Let me go look at the viewfinder. Does the block on the bottom matter? It looks like it doesn't. It's just there for symmetry. I don't know if you could use it, could you? You have to draw a sign pattern through that whole area. I thought they could have, like, reduced one tile of spikes up here. That's not what this is about, I understand. Too much. D sides. Hey Harvester, what's up? Is there an issue with the title? Double check. No, this doesn't update properly. Oh yeah, no, my bad. I have never played this before. The Seasides, that is. Oopsie doodle. Pretty impressive if somebody could get through this actually blind or blindfolded. I guess blindfolded I could see, because maybe first death runs only. Just memorize. Is there any RNG that would screw with that? Oh, I see how it could be used. Okay. Ah, there's a wall I have to bounce off of there. Okay. Wow, that was the dream. That again, please. Ah! One section I'm gonna need practice on alone. So are there multiple different fans that have tried to come up with D-side levels, or is it like a one accepted D-side mod from like speedrunners or something? Wait for that to go up a little bit. Hurt some of its momentum. +2 years ago. Okay. To dash down. Screw that. Let me look at the viewfinder. There's a difference between looking at it though and like actually deciding what to do. Right, there are those buttons. Oh, that last part's gonna be a bitch. Alright. Give it a try. Too low. Ah, jumped too early. Screwed that up. In jumping time. That second one is a complete crapshoot whether I hit it or not. Like once I don't bump my head. It's one where I currently don't feel like I'm in control of that one. Just pressing the A button and praying. Lame. Oops. Be about half a tile away from the wall. It does nudge you a bit if you're close. I have to get to the point where my brain's just like doing it without me manually making the effort to try to think about when I'm pressing the A button, you know? So do it enough times, it'll probably happen. Had a couple hits there where the timing felt right, so to speak. Like right there, that felt good. I felt like I was in control of that. PB! Too early. You know, this is not a John. I'm just curious if this is sensitive enough that the fact that I'm playing wireless might conceivably matter. I'm going to see about plugging in the controller in case that helps. Might explain why sometimes it just feels like it doesn't work for no reason. There we go. Whoa, that feels really weird. Okay. Hi, Ben. Ben, you literally stood right in front of the crystal tower and I didn't know where to grab. That's your butt. Thank you very much for that. Are you done, Ben? Ben, this is literally the worst game. Why don't you come do this when I'm playing Persona and like I only need one hand for half the time. Yes, you're very cute. Oops. Now I'm wondering if I should have done this sooner. I gotta grab that thing. I just stopped pushing left for some reason. That's funny. So, is that one... Hold on. Okay, question about this next one. So, my expectation is that I have to drop straight down and then grab the wall there and then jump from the wall onto the bubble. But my question is, that's correct? Okay. So the wall bounce only works when you're flying up toward the wall, not falling down into the wall. Dude, I don't know if this whole just plug in the controller thing is placebo or if I should have done this hours ago. I'm still bumping my head occasionally, but feeling a lot more confident now where if I bump my head, I can feel that I pressed the input early, right? Because the natural variance in the wireless probably doesn't matter most of the time. Shit. Still a huge benefit to feel like whenever I'm failing that it's 100% my fault and not like, I don't know what caused it. I felt like I pressed it right. Variable input lag. Yeah, I usually run wireless just out of convenience. It hasn't really mattered for the game so far, but this is the first room and this room are two of the first rooms where like inputs matter at the level of frames. Man, so you have a really brief window to be able to grab that wall. Oops, jumped too early. Whew. Woo. Nice. Future Marstead. Plug in the fucking controller if you're playing a game like this. Holy crap. Get him. That's a lot of deaths. 3 times as many as the previous 2. Oh, cool. It was a pretty good initial sight read, and now I can't do it again. Would have been good if I'd angled it slightly differently. My favorite thing in the world is having to land on an exact pixel of one of these bumpers. Kind of what we want. But here's a weird question. I guess I can just try it and see. Wondering if you could like come under a wall from an angle, and if doing so would cause you to, like, if you diagonally dash up under a wall, can you continue to wall bounce up it, or does it have to be straight up? Can never wall bounce out of a diagonal dash. Okay, thanks. Get better angle on that one. Don't know what I was thinking. Curious. That might make that a little bit more consistent. Back goes the new pattern now. Nice. Almost had that on my first attempt. Operation! Hooray! Yikes. And I can let off of the stick to make it move slower, is that right? Oops. Every time I stop to look at Madeline, I die. Look at anything but her. Whoa! Well, so I deserve to be dead, and then I died. Letting off the stick feels really unnatural. Hopefully there's never a point where I have to do that to succeed. We're gonna start fast falling there too. Oh, because I'm already pushing down. Okay. I wish that the feather stopped like a millisecond sooner. Because I can try to let it go slow at the beginning, but... maybe if I do a turn there, I just gotta make this consistent is the problem. Fitting it in there seems brutal. Okay, I think I have an idea to make that first one a little bit more consistent. We'll see. I don't know about this next one, though. I forget, is there a way to break out of the feather early? Is it to dash? That unfortunately would waste my dash if I needed it for something. Yay! Dasher grab. Is this a big ass operation sequence? Okay, deep breath. Here we go. Something's wrong there. Oh god, I think I know what it is. Do I have to get this guy all the way down here? Dude. That's clever. It's the kind of room where each chamber had a name. You could come up with a clever one for it. This one as a hint as to what to do. The areas without crystal spikes are there for a reason, presumably. The horse room in the game. I like when games like this have room names that you can use as hints. Baba is you style, right? Remember that when I bounce, I get knocked pretty high up. Great. That's funny. I think that's correct, so I can wait for a second. Oops. My plan of using that to take a break is folly, it might be. I think so. Okay, I see the little gaps where you're supposed to not get crushed. Okay, Jesus Christ. This is a room. I'm surprised there's not a checkpoint in the middle of this. I think I understand what to do there. Got the dash. I have to dash into the bumper and have it launch me up, and then hit the thwomp. Yeah, okay. I think I have the right idea. Now, can I do this consistently is a really good question. Possibly not. Jump too early. Fuck that. Oh man, I would really want there to be a checkpoint at the bottom of this, but there's not, so let's get good at this, apparently. Oh, I got a haircut there. Oh, I need to ride it again. Oh my god, okay. Well, now I know. No! I think if I had used the momentum there, I would have been okay. It's okay, we're definitely not winning after that point anyway, so... Hey Herm, how you doing? Okay, what are we doing now? Thanks for the new thingy. Precise, repeated bumper hits. I would be stuck on this for a really long time, even if I had a checkpoint. God damn, I say goddamn. Nice, good luck. I think this is all about... Okay. My suspicion is that... My suspicion is that every single one of these bumpers I have to dash into from the side. I know it's a spoiler, but do I have the right idea before I start actually trying to do that? Because I think saying I think I have to dash into them is still potentially dozens of minutes or an hour of attempts before I actually pull that off. Start trying here. Oh, there's a checkpoint here. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. You don't have to tell me anything. I thought I was gonna have to do that entire Kevin section again. I was like... Figure it out then. Thanks, game. You guys are nice, you know that? This is one of the only times where there's a checkpoint that's not advertised as one, basically. There's a wall jump there. This game is extremely nice. The only other game I can think of that's like this is Battle Kid. Just also kind of this approach. I want to be the guy platforming, but we're nice about it. We're here to help you have the best possible time you can. I think that's going to be a wall jump. I like how they kind of land on a look to walls that are meant to be wall bounced off of. They're careful not to put too much wall there. I guess it works better in these seasides where you can get away with having fucking spikes everywhere, right? Oh, is there being no floor, like, special for seasides? Well, there were a couple B-sides where I had to do the wall jumping thing, and there was a really long, contiguous wall, and it wasn't clear that that's what it wanted me to do. But here, usually if they want you to do it, there's only like 2 little tiles of it. It's just big enough to support it, you know? I think the intent was to make it a little bit easier on the B-sides. Yeah, I would agree. Just about the length of time you're having to go without a checkpoint, pretty much, right? Ah, I got scared. That's fair. Should have had this a second ago, but... This is all almost had its salt right now. That's why I haven't been able to get back there. Hooray! Yay! Not so yay? Oof. Like the timing on that is weird when you've got a wind coming up. Preempted more, maybe? Switch back to the D-pad. Shenanigans, okay. This is a great track. This wall jump mechanic is much better since I plugged in the controller instead of using wireless. Still not great at it, but usually when I get it wrong, I can feel that my input was the problem, you know? I can practice here for a while. Shit. Okay. Can't waste that one. It ends up being too far away there after the wall jump, first jump. Oops. Too far over. Oops. I think this is the D-pad room for sure. By not landing that jump. Of course. Always way too far over. Part of it's like I'm not convinced that I'm going to make it when I go. You know. I think grabbing on like that to get multiple tries is kind of bad. It's letting me lose muscle memory. I'm confused. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. %. I have no idea why. Maybe I'm like too close to the wall? Oh, I bet that's what the problem was, okay. Too far from the second wall. Yeah. Okay, it looks like I also want to face away from it. I guess each one is a checkpoint now, okay. Oh, the dash already ended, but it didn't look like it because of the updraft. Okay, maybe that's it. Phasing away from it certainly helps, it looks like. Fine. So, this may seem silly, but I don't think I realized that I can do this by facing away from the wall. I thought I always had to turn towards the wall briefly. That was giving me a lot of trouble. Yeah, I had no idea. So every other thing we've been in so far that's required a wall bounce like this, I've been facing away from it for no reason, or facing toward it and then away from it for no reason. Adding an extra button press every time. Of course. Okay, well, I'll have to learn to do it the less stupid way then. Hooray! That was a tough room. Shit, how bad I am at the wall jumping. Oh, good. To use that falling one twice, I think. Fuck that. Fun. It's a cool way to use a level mechanic to force a certain player behavior. It's interesting. This one's one of those. It's all about the direction that you're doing stuff rooms, right? Specifically upright. Our final room. Thank you. Yeah, I've been looking for that. A word to describe that this whole time. That's exactly it. Quantized. Not every puzzle in the game is like that, but many of them are. Probably a diagonal there. Actually, I don't know what's next after that point. He gets double dash up. You can do that dashing right, but it might make more sense to dash upright. Yeah, I think that's correct. I like this room because this one is all mechanics that I feel like I have a strong command of, so when I'm failing, I feel like I know exactly what I did wrong. I'm not getting that, oh my god, there's like a 50% chance this is going to work on this bumper feel on this room, right? I guess it's not a strong enough command that I'm just beating it, but I have a handle of what's right and what's wrong, I guess is what I should say. A nightmare scenario in video games for me is for me to lose and not be sure why. My brain can't make the connection. Pretty good sight read, okay. Now get salty about dying and not recreate it for like 20 minutes. Trying to do that one earlier, that was a little too early. I was dead there. I had already given up, mentally. Pretty good. Pretty good. Should be a little bit further to the right of that cloud there at the end. This room is definitely more my speed than that 2 levels ago. Oh, the wall bouncing. Got there too late again. Started reacting too late. Thought I was already dead. Shh. I think I really like having 2 dashes. Like normally this kind of thing you'd get a second dash and be like, oh god, that's gonna make everything way harder. I think they definitely use the second dash from a difficulty perspective, but I guess I prefer doing multiple dashes in the air to a lot of the other tech that only requires 1 dash. It feels good. Yeah, I imagine so. Because as Spiky was saying, it's very quantized, you just have to know what direction to push. Like, I feel like you could make a Babby's First mod for this game where you just, like, draw the button and direction on the exact part of the screen you have to be on to get through it, right? That's incredible. So I was just learning the routes. You don't forget how to do this, true. Jumped a little too early there. I think I can just go right and then up. I've been doing a diagonal there, but I think it's less efficient. Yeah. So, okay, that last cloud, I feel like I don't get there in time to be able to get far enough to the right of it so it doesn't kill me. I'm gonna need to look at it in the viewfinder and think about what I'm doing here. Oops. Bounce. I'm gonna end up having to dash onto the cloud, right? Like there's no other way around it. Because I just have to delay my dash for as long as humanly possible, so I end up all the way on the right side of it. If I just jump straight from the cloud before it launches me, do I have enough dashes to go diagonal up and then straight up to hit the platform there? I guess my question is, if that thing launches me, will it always kill me, period? I guess if someone wants to answer that, that's okay. That wasn't rhetorical. If it launches me, it will always kill me. Okay, thanks. Each time I get to it, I don't have enough time to like assess the situation to figure out whether I'm supposed to be launching off it or not. But I think there's enough room that if I just dash correctly, I can get over it safely. Okay, let me stop talking. Sorry. Yeah, I think I gotta jump immediately when I get on that. Wish I could practice that in isolation a little bit. I guess I'll get really good at this beginning part in the meantime. You can get launched too. Either a launch or a jump and a double dash. Okay. That's much better. Oh god, now I have to do wall jumps. Okay. Whew, pretty good. Hey, Ikubo, how you doing? Benedict?
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I thought so. Pausing was not worth this. Oof. Yeah, whenever I play games like this that get my heart rate up a little bit, I always end up really warm by the end of stream, even if the AC is running. A little bit too far. I was drenched at the end of every like Hades fight where I was getting up to 180 BPM. Just completely drenched. No, I don't really get a high heart rate in this game because there's not a huge time penalty for failure. I need a couple minutes of consecutive success for it to start to spike. That's too bad. Nice, Ikubo. How far are you? Cool. Yeah, I love all the loyalty missions. It's a cool way to structure an RPG like that, you know? Especially since they're already so character-based in the first place. Early. One section of Chrono Trigger, but it's the whole game. Oh, I didn't realize you hadn't played Mass Effect 2 before. Nice. Yeah, that game's amazing. Wish I could, like, time capsule myself into the middle of that playthrough. Or even the end of that playthrough. Before Mass Effect 3 came out. I see. Mass Effect 3 is still good. They kind of had an issue where, like, it was impossible for them to deliver on their own setup. Even if they had done a good job of, like, a really stellar job, it wouldn't have matched the setup, you know? It would have benefited from being like a Kurt Cobain type situation where, like, if EA had just canceled Mass Effect after Mass Effect 2, and it was like, oh man, it had so much potential, who knew where they're gonna go with it? It's like Firefly. Oh god, I didn't think I was gonna get that. Jesus, fuck that last part. Okay. There's still some, like, phenomenally good shit in 3. Honestly, almost all of 3, 98% of 3 is good. Some really good shit in there. Ouch. Heard that the Legendary Edition changes it so that, like, your save file from Mass Effect 1 and 2 matters more in 3 in terms of what galactic readiness you can get to. Because the original game, EA pushed multiplayer so hard, and so if you played even a single game of multiplayer, it gave you such an enormous readiness multiplier that you could have max readiness without having played 1 or 2. But there is no multiplayer in the Legendary Edition. Hooray! Shit. Starting to get zen for this. I've been on this for a very long time now, but this one's not stressing me out because every time I fuck up, I know exactly what I did. Nice feeling. Multiplayer was actually kind of cool. I played quite a bit of it, other than it had loot boxes. Hey Ravenon, how you doing? It was PvE, not PvP, so that was nice. Kind of like a horde mode format. And they did some cool DLC where you could play as unusual. Like they added a Volus you could play as. I think they added a Elcor at some point. I don't know, Leon, like, there's certainly a significant amount of content that's dependent on you having carried over your save from 1 and 2. And, like, the readiness doesn't actually affect the ending very much anyway. It, like, adds a couple things to the final cutscene. So, like, if the theory was the readiness made a gigantic difference, then yeah, sure, but otherwise I totally would have gone with, sorry, if Mass Effect 3 is your only game, you get a lower readiness and you miss the extra 2 minutes of cutscene, the pepper ending. That one's really hard to clear. I got really lucky the first ever time I did it. I really gotta get a bit of launch on that thing. I keep getting excited when I get there and jumping too early. Thanks, game. It gave that to me. It probably didn't have to. Ah, that's too bad. Oops. Like, I think the presence of Rex alone, even if you disregard everything else from carrying over your save files, Rex being in the game and having voice acting, if you carried over saves and didn't kill him in the first game, is probably more combined effort than whatever the difference is in readiness rating for maxing it out from playing multiplayer or not, you know? And anyone who started with 2 and never played 1, or started with 3 and never played 1 or 2 would not get Rex at all. So they're already willing to make a pretty significant content hit there. Well, I was dead there. I almost gave up prematurely. Oh, keep screwing that up. Baffling multiplayer editions. What was the multiplayer like in Metroid Prime 2? Just couch? There's no question that the multiplayer in 3, like, took a lot of dev time. Unique maps, really. Bizarre. Power-ups? What? It was like split screen? Maybe they were trying to be the next GoldenEye. Shit. crazy how like once you start to kind of get this muscle memory, like doesn't change the fact that pressing anything a couple frames too early is still death. Like it can start to kind of look easy, but it is not easy. I've died in that exact same way several times. I need to start thinking about how I'm going to handle that. Sorry, I was thinking. You can do this part, dude. You've done it like 100 times now. A couple hundred times. Approaching 1,000 times. Can you see your mid-run deaths if you pause? Let me see. No. Shit. I can feel my brain starting to like unload parts of the level from my short-term memory. If I don't get a good set of consecutive runs that reach that part. Shit. I keep wanting to do that double diagonal dash and it's wrong every time I do it. I hit that cloud right the very first time I got to it, and I think I've gotten like one other time since then. Thinking again. Gotta go all zen for this whole thing. Clear your mind. Well, jumped a couple frames late. Let me ask a question. Is there ever a point on this entire track that I ever have to press grab? I'm wondering if I can like save myself some hand pain and let off the right trigger. Let me see. Just have to remember to press it again after this is over. You don't need to press grab to wall bounce, right? There's a grab at the very end. Okay, I'm gonna hold it the whole time just for that one thing. Otherwise I will forget, and that would be the saddest reason to die. Grab has nothing to do with it. One of these days I'll be able to stream my thoughts directly to you, so when I'm quiet in these sections, there's still something to see. I just gotta go straight forward, okay. Handling that cloud better now that I've changed up my approach to it. I wouldn't say this is relaxing by any means, but it feels like I'm just trying to get into a Zen state. Apparently my face wasn't close enough to that, bounce thing, spring. It's okay, left thumb, you can do this. I believe in you. My HOA installed these like wires on top of the dumpsters to keep bears out. And the wires just like sharply frayed on the edge, so when you go to grab it to lock the dumpster, there's just like sharp frayed wire edge. And I cut the first joint of my index finger, and I think I just happened to rest that on the right trigger when I'm holding it down for a game like this, and I'm really feeling it right now. I went out to the dumpsters the other day and like put duct tape over the frayed edges so that wouldn't happen to anybody else. It was not fun. Tape down the trigger. I know, right? Actually, is there an option for it? Oh my god. Whoa, whoa. Oh, that's weird. Oh my. I'm getting the a Tetris effect. The screen is not scrolling to the right now, but it's scrolling to the right in my vision. I'm hallucinating. Awesome. Grab mode toggle. It might save me some pain. Yeah, right? I don't think I can do this now. I think my muscle memory, it's key that I'm holding the right trigger down. That's funny. Something about the way I was using it to like keep the controller stable. Also, the toggle wasn't saving between deaths, and I was totally gonna forget to do it on the run that it mattered. I did it again. Saw myself doing it. I think that double dash thing is a pretty significant like psychological gate for me. Once I get past that, I feel a little bit better. That one's pretty tight based on like when you time the double dash, when you start holding right. Ah. I gotta just keep, I gotta hold all the way right there. I don't do it. I keep trying to like back up a little bit to get more aerial control, but it's incorrect. Yeah, this is extra as fuck, as my sister would say. I think this is my single challenge record in the game right now, as far as number of deaths from the same piece of content. I had a really good, pretty early sight read on it. I didn't make it to the section that I'm currently not making it to, but it's fun when, like, your hands get ahead of your brain a little bit. You start pressing the buttons for the next sequence before you've finished entering the current sequence. I did the exact same thing again. I said I wasn't going to do it, but I did it again. I have to hold right through that whole section. I get so excited when I get there. Yeah, queuing is definitely a thing. Just did that. That was queuing again. And I know I need to dash right, and then I need to hold left to limit how far I dash. That's cool. I think that's easier from a design perspective, honestly. Like, it's easier to remove stuff when you're trying to make something easier than to try to add something new to make something harder. Pretty sure that's how most raid design works in modern MMOs. Where they design the most difficult version and then they just start removing mechanics. Crazy that I was hallucinating the screen scrolling, given that it's not a consistent amount of scroll like it is in like Guitar Hero or Tetris. I think I have to start dashing again as soon as I hit the crystal. That was a PB though. I haven't actually hit that crystal before. That's one of my favorite ways to die, where I like, my character is a pixel away from touching her face against the spring there. Hi, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for doing that at the beginning and not the end. I would have been very sad. He did kill me. It was the B-side with the lasers. On a run that I should have won, and then I was stuck there for another 20 minutes. It's very painful. Shit, I got excited. Did he move the webcam? May have been for minutes there. Surprisingly, I don't bump my head on that block too often. I guess the previous world really trained me on not bopping my head on wall bounce blocks. Shit. Yeah, it's like you have to jump off of that cloud, like the frame you get on it, otherwise it's going to launch you into the ceiling. Oh, I held left again. I don't know why in my brain I keep telling myself, do not hold left. I get there and I just do it. And I realize I'm doing it like the instant it happens, it's already too late. Be cool if you could get a stat of like time per life. Yeah. Frame too long. There was the one where my face isn't close enough to the platform. These sides are conceived as a hard mode you would opt into at the start of the game. Wow, some of their iterative decisions are really, really smart. Oh, really? Is that just a legacy thing from the way it used to work? Benedict? PB, I made it a couple pixels to the right of the crystal. It's fun. That includes the time to unlock it, or is it like on a New Game Plus where all the levels are already unlocked? That's crazy. Okay, PB. Gotta figure out what the button presses are there at the end. Let me look at the... So it's spring dash 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 right dash up dash right fall precisely, kill me, God. Dash right dash upright dash right dash upright dash upright, dash up left, dash upright, fall, dash right, grab the wall. That part alone would be hard without having to do everything leading up to it. Okay. Here we go. Just don't hit the spikes. The spirit of Andrea. Jump. Finish the level. Did you get that Futurama Hermes quote? It was so obvious. I can't double dash there. I think I did last time and I happened to not die. Exactly. Great subreddit r Rest of the Owl. My favorite death. I'm gonna make a counter for that soon. There's like a slight slowdown when you hit a crystal, is that right? Keep wanting to go through that section as though I just had unlimited jumps, but I think I have to account for the crystal break. Really need to not double dash there. Haven't made that mistake in a while. Could bring back a classic. I think I'm dashing too much in there, and I don't know how to stop it. Alright. Gotta jump instantly on that cloud or it's game over. Knock on wood, but I'm getting the double vertical dash jump a little bit more consistently now. There, that's why I shouldn't have said anything. In my head, I feel like I have it better now. And I die to it twice in a row. That one's pretty sensitive to how far to the right you are when you first start doing the double dash up. This reminded me of doing Super Adventure Box in Guild Wars 2. The environment designer really liked that. I want to be the guy. Oh shit, did that again. One of those things where like very few people like the cross-section of people who play casual MMOs and people who like fucking brutal Kaizo platformers, very little overlap there. So a lot of the player base did not get Tribulation mode, but it was one of those things where it felt like it was like made for me and I was really excited about it. I think I have to dodge twice there. Oh my god. But every time I do, well, there was one time where I dodged twice and didn't end up in the wall on the right. Does anyone who has the muscle memory for this? I'm open to feedback here because it's a big time sink for me to practice this. Should I be dodging to the right twice in that little hallway with the crystal in the middle? Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you. I just have to do it in such a way that I don't hit the wall. Maybe I have to turn back a little bit during it, like I do earlier in the level. It's a spacing thing. Okay, thanks. Yeah, the environment designer, Guild Wars 2 is full of jumping puzzles like Kugani Castle. Like, it was kind of his thing to hide them all around the game world, and there were like official or achievements for doing them all. Most of the in-game jumping puzzles were difficult. There were a couple that were on the level of the Kugani Castle one, but most of them weren't that hard. But then they did a April Fool's update where they let this guy make, like, the joke was that it was a badly translated Japanese game inside of Guild Wars 2, and one of the like scientific races developed it. They called it Super Adventure Box, and it had like intentionally shitty like PlayStation 1 graphics and this otherwise nice looking modern MMO. And then Super Adventure Box itself wasn't terribly hard, but he added what he called Tribulation Mode, kind of playing on the whole like badly localized Japanese game aesthetic. Hold on. I gotta go a little bit sooner. And Tribulation Mode was like, it was like, I want to be the guy Kaizo. It was stupid. It was actually extremely funny. Like, I would say it was more I want to be the guy than it was like this. Like, mostly it was troll parts of the level where there'd be like big stretches where everything was spikes and would just kill you instantly. And you would mostly just laugh when you would load into the level at how ridiculous it was. But it was super fun. I loved it a lot. I don't know if it's still in the game or if they only added it April Fool's, but it would be fun to do for record a playthrough of it on stream at some point. Shit. That's funny. Does it make things harder? It's also a I Want to Be the Boshi fan game. I don't really know much about that one. Like, I've officially been stuck on this level for longer than is probably typical. I'm just starting to go cross-eyed, so I'll get it though. I get the spacing right in that little tunnel. "2010 Twitch memes." Was Boshi like a Twitch streamer that played I Want to Be the Guy or something? You can see how you come back to this level after the fact and just kind of wreck it. Oh shit. That's the first time I've actually had the cloud bounce me up there and have it not kill me. One of the boss fights is a Justin TV chat window. It's funny. Thought I was already dead. My brain had already given up. once again. I feel like I should show this to Andrea because she would be like, nope. So it's like the opposite of what she wants out of video games. Okay, I had it that time, but then I dashed upright instead of straight up. That's funny. I feel like there's something like that in I Want to Be the Guy too. There's this really specific part early in I Want to Be the Guy. It's like the ghouls and goblins area that has a bunch of spikes, and it's just insanely hard compared to everything up before that point. Before or after that point, I should say. Okay, PB, but now I think I have a better handle on that area that I have to... It's interesting how like I have to do it wrong like 5 times and be like, okay, I'm clearly doing this wrong. I have to manually override what my brain is intuiting to do. Hi, Ben. No, thank you. If I get close to the end and Ben gets me killed, I think I might actually cry on stream. Might ask Andrew to feed them so that they calm down a little bit. I guess once I beat it, I should be able to do it again, but... I don't know what I was thinking there. It sounds nuts. I played a little bit of Maple Story, but never did any jumping puzzles to my recollection. Like if I watch someone stream this, I would like... You ever been like a passenger in a car and like suddenly someone in front of you stops and you like reflexively press down on your side of the car as though to brake? I feel like I would be doing that while watching this. I haven't had that action queuing death in a while. That was forgiving, thanks game. Wow, I did it twice in a row. Incredible. I was hoping I could chill there for a second to think. Oh well. Is every crystal's regeneration time the same, or is it tailor-made for each crystal in the game? This is what I put all my points into at character creation. This is why I have a lot of other issues, because a lot of other things were dump stats. Okay, PB though. Starting to get a feel for that section. That section would be hard enough as like a standalone without all this stuff leading up to it. Shit. I love how, like, I know, knock on wood again, but like, I'm consistently getting Madeline really close to the little part where you have to do 2 vertical dashes in a row. And if you go back and watch the earlier attempts, like, you'll probably see I'm spread out all along that section to the left of it. I think it's just pure muscle memory, like, I'm not even really thinking about it anymore. Like, I don't think I could actually do this blindfolded, but it's getting close, the early parts. Just based on sound. Shit. Sometimes that happens just because I'm kind of moving to the left and I press the dash button while I'm... That was a little too early. I press the dash button while I'm still transitioning to pointing straight up. Send a commission to please shorten all of these spikes by 1 pixel on all sides. I have a feeling they're already, like, a somewhat forgiving hitbox. Yeah, I think I've clipped the side of them a couple times. Shouldn't have been looking at it. That's cool. WoW used to have jumping puzzles in the middle, but I cut them because it was a big area to piss off your group, right? Shit. That time I queued the jump, but not the dash before the jump. Funny. You're getting to a point now where I'm like, I can nail most of these 90 to 99% of the time. There are enough of them that that 1% chance to fuck it up is enough. Hagen, I think? Thaddeus, that's right. The dance one? Shit. I see. Oh, is Thaddeus the one with the polarity where you have to like jump over something to get to where the boss's final phase is? Yeah. And it's like a pretty easy to make jump, but you could technically miss and lose the fight as a result. The kind of thing that, like in Final Fantasy XIV, there would just be a place that you'd walk up to and your character would just automatically fall down it. Right, 40 people have to do it. If you miss the jump, is it death? I don't remember, or is it like that person has to climb back up? Shit. Thanks for being kind, game. Only for me to waste it. The pattern. I didn't have time to practice it, so double right, up. I think a right and then precise fall, maybe. Thanks for the follow, Duckable. I think I was doing that right, but I'm not sure. I think if I had the spacing a little bit better. It's hard for me to just look at it and commit it to memory, you know? I have to like get it wrong a certain number of times to remember what not to do. Did it again. Yeah, this is the seaside. Can't do a diagonal there. Thank you. Been at it for hours. This particular section has been killing me. I think my left thumb might fall off. Shit. That's a new one. I haven't done it that way before. New death, new learning opportunity. I think it's got to go up, up, right, and then fall precisely. Died there now like 4 times, so I'm getting close to my override your stupid intuition. Threshold. I gotta be further to the left there, I think. There's a bunch of parts at the end of this here where I'm having to have my like active brain take over for a second and like override what I'm intuitively going to press, you know? The big one is the cloud. For some reason, the cloud I instinctively want to dash up and to the left. That is incorrect. Just made myself not do it there. Shit. Yeah, at this point I wish I could like load up a save state of just that section so I could practice it without all the rigmarole and stress leading up to it. Still don't have a heart rate from this game though. Like the part that's high stakes is short enough temporarily that it doesn't give my heart a chance to build up. Am I supposed to dash right at the top of that? I just have to get the spacing better? Seems like whenever I try it, I always hit the spikes. Okay, thank you. Try to control for it this time. Okay, so I have to be all the way on the left of the vertical tunnel. I have to dash right, and then I have to immediately hold left in order to get to the other crystal, right? Just takes so much time to get back to the part I have to practice. I tried to back up left a little bit, that was a mistake. See if I can get Andrew to feed Ben 1 second. Thank you, Andrea. I wish that crystal there was like one tile in, so I could backtrack a bit there, but I don't think I have any dashes left after I do that. I think I've been doing that crystal tunnel the wrong way, or approaching it with the wrong headspace this whole time, and unfortunately it's the kind of thing that I would normally have corrected by now, but I get so few opportunities to practice it that I just get in there and I just start like improvising instead of trying to look for the quantized locations to press jump specific directions. I just panic the instant I get in, you know? Just need to like phase into the alternate universe where the first time I got to that tunnel I just like lucked out and nailed it on the first try. And saved 2.5 hours or whatever. Yeah. Makes me feel a little better, thanks. Are we sure I have to dodge right there and not upright? Right seems like it has to be completely perfect. I'm getting to the point where I'm tempted to watch just a video of someone's dash pattern through there. So I feel like I'm drawing the lines wrong, and it's cost me about 20 attempts in that cave. I'll try upright this time. Upright kills me. 2. Yeah, I don't know if I just like need to be up that I don't know if I just need to be dashing earlier so I'm more to the left in that, like left of center in the vertical climb. Okay. I'm starting to think that this isn't an execution issue, it's more of a fundamental routing issue. Alright, I did this with the room where you had to wall jump between the 6 pillars. I'm gonna look this one up. This is 7 Seaside. I just want to see where they jump at that exact jump. I won't watch the rest of it. Yeah, it's just right. I don't know why I hit the right wall every single time. I must be doing everything else slightly sooner than I'm supposed to, or slightly later than I'm supposed to in the rest of that cave. Might be holding right. So I already closed the video. Can anyone check to see if they do the animation where you like pull back on a dash? Maybe I need to pull back on it and that's the problem, because I'm not doing that. Oh my god, I think that's all that it was. Okay, let me see if that's... Thank you. I was like, something is wrong here. Like, I'm either drawing the lines incorrectly or I'm holding the controller upside down. But I feel like my brain should have corrected for this by now. I need to do that faster. Knock on wood. It's the dirt bike game. Saw that at the Omegathon at PAX one year. You said that there are certain rooms or parts of the DLC that we expect I'm going to spend an entire stream in them. Is that right? So I can prepare myself mentally. I'm gonna let off the right button, but maybe pressing the replay buttons to start again. And we're just miming the inputs throughout. Okay. So, farewell isn't necessarily harder than this, but it's just a lot of this, right? Gotcha. Thanks. Dude, if the problem that I was holding right there, and that was holding me back from learning the rest of it, once I identify the problem, it takes me like, I don't know, 5 or 6 attempts to correct. If I don't know what the problem is, I just keep doing the wrong thing over and over. No learning. Gotcha. Thanks. Hold on. Andrea didn't throw out the can of cat food, so Ben just knocked it over onto my desk. Okay, I'm back. Die here, aren't I? What a bad point to pause. Oh. Okay, I think we got it. I'm starting to think of that section as doable instead of... I'm still scared once I get in that room, but it's not feeling like a complete crapshoot whether I succeed now. I think once you have the muscle memory for this, like people were saying earlier, this is a thing you do in 7 minutes. Because you don't forget how to do this after you die to it 2,000 times. The biggest struggle for me is like trying to see the lines, and the tunnel section at the end is for... Hold on 1 sec. Tunnel section at the end is particularly difficult because there are things that look like they might be right and aren't obviously wrong, right? And it takes like... How long does it take me to get there? I guess I could look at the life split timer next time. 21. 29. 34. Can't look at that. It's gonna get me killed. Celeste bingo. So anyway, it's difficult to draw the lines in the room, like the routing lines of what you're supposed to do, where you're supposed to jump. It would be difficult if it was the first challenge in the room, but given that it takes like 35 seconds to get there, it's much more brutal as a result. 35 seconds if you get there perfectly every time and don't die several times along the way. I gotta keep going. But if you think about it, like, you watch the consistency of me getting to the final tunnel. If I turned the game off and came back to it next week, I could probably get to that final tunnel again almost immediately. That's so mean to have that thing fall. Don't miss now. Yeah, the troll platform is... It's the first I want to be the guy thing to happen in the game. Oh, there is a checkpoint if you miss? That's so nice of them. I think it's like 2,500 would be my guess. Oh, that's fewer than I would have expected. I guess it seemed like more time. Well, it was significantly more time than the previous top deaths because an attempt was like 25 seconds of not dying most of the time. Okay. I assume this is harder. So this needs every other C side, B side, and A side to be able to access? Really? That's some tech. It's been available the whole time. I'm gonna see if I can get away with switching off the D-pad for a second. That's kind of cool. All the tech you can do from the beginning, presumably. Now, why does it sometimes send me straight down and sometimes send me right? The same input. Sometimes sends me too high. So don't press XA, it's X then A. Okay, I think I understand. Gotcha, cool, thank you. That's pretty cool. I show off movement tech in slow motion before the run starts. People understand what's happening. Wait, do they want me to use that new tech here? I thought it only worked if you were like doing it into the ground. Is that not right? So they're gonna want me to use it in this room, but not necessarily on these first couple jumps, is what you're saying? Got over it once. I don't need to do that new tech in this room necessarily, though. Okay, thank you. I've been like thinking I've been doing it wrong the whole time. Right, that doesn't give me my shit back. Well, I thought the analog clouds counted. I have to do some shenanigan with them, you know. Right. So that dash is all about lateral, horizontal momentum only. You can't like combine it with a... I thought maybe they were trying to teach me, now combine this with the cloud blocks. And have it launch you in a different way or something, I don't know. So the use case was that room we saw earlier and not much else. Okay. Thank you. I gotta just trust that and start dashing up. I did it one time and then I got cold feet and forgot that I couldn't dash anymore after touching the bumper. Gotta have it hit me into that thing. Okay. Not like that. It's nice to be making this amount of progress every so often now again. Man. Rude. Whole room of this shit? Oh boy. With all the mechanics. Keeps going and going and going. You're kidding, right? Alright. Love the bird. Time to die many times. Let's go. This is going to be where I have to do the tech on this thing. That's pretty cool. So I did not need to do the tech there. Well, maybe it gets you an extra jump if you do. Oh no, I still have to dash into the ground to use it. Well, it's not that amazing. So that you just barely hit the thing. Gotta get launched better. This used to be the last thing you'd have to do in the game. I think I hit it there. Nice. I gotta hit the side of that, not where I'm hitting it. Okay, that's fun. Task for the screen is silly. Fuck that. With the lava slowly climbing up, big time fuck that. Are there any shenanigans with how the lava works when it like moves straight forward and speeds up and the like? Like, are there certain sections where it tries to reach equilibrium even if you had a head start earlier? I gotta trust that. Ludicrous speed. Already dead. Here it seems like I can delay letting that thing down as much as possible. But I don't know if there's a part later in the stage where it like moves faster to compensate. Try to get it to a certain point, you know? Imagine that hyper dash is kind of awesome for speedrunning. Well, shit. Okay, that answers that question. Probably could have noticed that before. Really bad about hitting that on the side. Next one's got to be straight up. Yeah, I think that it does not. I think you can make or lose time. If you go too fast, it's a problem, basically. I think last time I went a little bit too fast, it got me in trouble. In the early phases, that is. Okay. That was too fast. Interesting. Too fast again. Shit. Let me just not even bother with the dash because it's potential for mistakes and it goes too fast sometimes. Too much. Now I don't have a dash. Which I need to dash to get through here. Okay. Fortunate. I had a really good sight read earlier, but it's too bad. I think the bumper is my least favorite mechanic in the game. I think if it had like little arrows sticking out of it showing you like which part of the bumper you were touching, you know? Because the game's generally really good about giving you that kind of feedback. Not arrows necessarily, but like little majesty lines sticking out of it showing this is. Not too bad when you have a dash, yeah. Right, because my understanding is that they're not fully analog. Like, I think that they only have 8 directions they can launch you in as well. But being able to tell where the side starts. Yeah, because that felt like that was pretty reasonably on the right side of the thing. Again, that felt like that was on the right side and not in the top right. It's a cool room, though. I like the idea of this room very much. Am I gonna need the tech from before again in this room, or no? The dash tech? I'll check it again in a second. Seems like that says the answer is yes, though. Ah, too fast. There. Oh, it's brutal. Okay. Okay, so there'll be an indicator if the game expects you to use it. A little tight hallway like that. My concern was that there was going to be some other place where I was just going to have to use it, and it wasn't going to be obvious from the layout of the area. Yeah, you have one time you have to do it. Okay, I think I see the lines in that section. Shit. A lot more time passed there. Pretty good sight read there. Happy with that. There's a don't think just go element that I've learned with that clouds section. It's making it a little bit easier on me. I just died there, but it's because I was talking. Basically, once you get the first bumper, trust that the second one is going to work. Shit. Don't try to adjust, just hold right and don't let go. Imagine given how short these are a fun candidate to try to get the golden strawberry on. It's very reasonable to attempt compared to the longer stages. Doing those so well before, I don't know what's up. Shouldn't have trusted it that time. Oh, I guess I could have trusted it. My bad, Mr. Bumper. Sorry, I didn't believe in you. I guess even if I hit the wrong side of that bumper, the second bumper, if I hold right, I'll still make it with the dash. Get pinky toed on those spikes. Wow, that time... Dude, I don't understand the bumpers. I don't know why it launched me twice as far as it usually does there. Oh, damn. Alright. I was going too fast? Question mark? Pretty good sight read again, though. Really? Technically it's bumper tech, then? This is the thumb that I cut the tip off of when I was chopping apples like 11 years ago. So it helps that some of the sensation in it is deadened, but now I'm starting to feel it on the sides of my thumb. Interesting. Okay, I'm going too fast through that section. I gotta slow down a little bit. I think it's actually the earlier section that I'm going too fast in. One with all the red crystal spikes in it. This part. Try to slow down a little bit. Not that much, apparently. Didn't trust it. Yeah, I gotta like hold on that ice a little bit longer. Okay. So the frozen ones take a little bit longer to fall, right? The frozen analog cloud platforms. Too bad. They take longer to fall than like these guys here, I think. I want to go back and practice the hyper mechanic again before I finish this stage. And short hop off them. Oh, I'm just like walking off them. Thank you. That's much easier, thank you. And it's probably the intended way to do it. It's part of why that hasn't been consistent for me so far. Probably also explains the timing difference there. Crap. Alright, I need practice with that mechanic. How many rooms were there? There was one other room before this one near the start of the level, right? I'm tempted to make another save file. Well, I guess I can't. Unless if I like copied my save. think you're supposed to do the short hop for the rest of the timing in the level to make sense. Each of those switches is one time, right? I can't just stand here and wait by hitting the switch over and over. It either turns it to ice or it turns it to fire. Single use. Shit. Okay, I think I had a decent one there. Does the amount of time you hold down the A button affect how long you travel? Yeah, I think this section and the whole upcoming section is calibrated around you short hopping through that instead of walking through it. Thank you, Spiky. The exact kind of feedback I'd like is you're doing something that technically works, but it's much harder than what you're supposed to do. Oh yeah. Jump pivot length almost always matters. Yeah, they seem a lot easier to control if you do the little short hops. Shit. Well, I got to the first platform. I really need more practice. I need to have like several rooms that are just doing that over and over. Or have me do that at the beginning of this room instead of at the very end. Too fast. Well, they don't have to put it at the beginning of the room, but I do think that it's kind of weird to introduce a mechanic in a seaside and then only have you use it once, right? Like, and have it be at the end of an otherwise very challenging section. Earlier they teach you stuff on the B-side, And it's like, okay, now you have to do this wall jump like 20 times to get through the stage. Shit. It's a specific need, Leon. I have the whole room solved. I just need to do that mechanic. If I die another 5 times to it, I'm gonna go back and practice in the main room. At the moment, I don't really have any feel for it. Shit. God damn it. I gotta do it like towards the end of the platform, I guess. Okay. And that was death number 1 after I said I would go back and practice, so 4 more deaths. This room's a lot easier than the previous world, other than this mechanic at the end here that's kicking my ass. That I haven't had a chance to practice. Yeah, like, right. I feel like if that final sequence was something I had done before, I would already be done with the level. Do I really need to do it all the way from the edge in order for it to work? Is that bird just there for flavor, or does it like, is it a conveyance bird of some kind? Those 2 fails. Let me wait to 3. Hold the jump longer. Okay. No, I held it the whole time that time. I think it has to be from the complete edge, right? Plus 3. Spacing between the dash and jump matters. It's more lenient on the back end. Better to be late than early. So I do have to go through a fairly tricky room, interstitial room. I can't just go straight to practice, right? There's like a middle room that's somewhat hard before this one. It wasn't that bad, I guess. I'll probably do it again, but I will not lose my muscle memory for this room. Bottom right's not what we wanted. Shit. Alright. Don't think I'm prepared to do this, but I'm gonna give it a try again. Yeah, I held 8 that whole time, and it didn't get me there, so I think I gotta go practice it. I'm not even getting to the platform right now. Too far from the edge? They were saying I could jump late though, so you'd want to have like some wind up. I'm edge of the platform that time. And is it like the instant I hit the platform, I need to put in the same command again? Okay. Probably earlier than you would think otherwise. Pretty much have to assume I'm gonna land on the platform instead of waiting to see if I land on it. That was what made me super nervous about the tutorial for the tech. It was like it was set up as a don't think just go kind of thing, where it's like, okay, well you're gonna get it once, then you're not gonna really know what you did right, you know? Hey, now 14 hours of the DLC level.
We've got this, Marstead. When? How? Where?
That was shockingly easier than the previous stage. Variants are accessible from the file select menu. Yeah. $196. Well, I'm not done. We still got to do farewell. What's this variants option? Variant mode. I want to turn it on in case it bricks my save, like assist. Gameplay mod stuff? Ah, okay. Farewell. Is farewell an A, B, and C side? Interesting. C, C, and C side. What do you want her to do? Apologize? She's gone. Yay, story again. Oh, my poor left arm and hand and thumb. I'm gonna try really hard to see how long I can get away with using the analog stick for. Until we get to another section that has like quantized jumping. Follow that bird. It's part of Granny, just like you're part of me. Bird was always looking out for me in the mountain. I like how you see it at the end of Core C. We're really high up. We got space gravity. We should turn back. How are you even breathing? It's a bird. Granny is gone. Just gonna have to learn to say goodbye via brutal platforming. No! Single dash. It's not moon. A little tardigrade. That's cool. Got room to add it back in the middle of the stage. Oh, cute. Very cute. It's fun. That's Trixie. Assume that's the way I was supposed to do that. Like how they came up with a new mechanic using something we were already familiar with. Quite smart. Oh, I think I had it there. Wonder if I can wall kick up these things. I think it is a wall kick. Interesting. Is this the right idea that I have to wall kick off the top and have it launch me into the little room there? That seems brutal if that's correct. Wall bounce, whatever. I thought that that's what I was doing, is that I'm basically shooting up. Is it just a regular jump? It's not kicking off the thing? There it goes. Gotcha. I didn't think I could jump up to that third one. I need both dashes to get out. Interesting. Cute. That was fun. Just a reminder, if I turn the game off in a room without going back to the map, it'll remember my progress. Interesting. Cool. Thank you. Ah. Oh, that's... fuck that. Oh yeah, no me gusta. I like how a lot of these rooms have like an obvious thing to do, and then like, no, this is how you're actually supposed to do it, dumbass. That's right, I think I have to then dash to the right. Not up and to the right, just to the right. Damn. Then don't land on the spring once we fall. Very nice. Bouncy fish. Like the space fish idea. They do something else if you jump on them when they're not. Squeeze? Interesting. Oh god, okay. Oh god. Okay. No, thank you. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's like you explode if you're below the line, basically. You get more air if you hold jump after you bounce? Yes. The answer is yes. Okay. Getting blown up always gives you... These guys have the mechanic that I wish the bumpers had, right? Where it shows you a little superimposed line. really appreciate that that exists. I wonder if that was in the original launch of the DLC or if they added it. They're teaching me that sometimes I need to wait for them to respawn. Maybe. No, but I can't get close enough to it. Okay. Don't think that's right then. That's what I had to do. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, can they add that circle retroactively to the bumpers and to the analog clouds, please? They're amazing. Okay, I have this room. Do they have to come out that way? Hmm. I really like the idea of this fish thing. Ah, okay. That's probably right, actually. Should have had it last time, but I'll get it now. Oh, that's cool. They interact with the springs. Neat. Thank you, trajectory lines. You make me so happy. More of you, please. Oh, this is a room. Alright, well, let's try to figure out what we're doing. Cute. Didn't trust it. Probably need to dash to that one. Cute. Okay. That was a cool room. Very cool. I really like the level design in this one. Pretty significant part of it is puzzle. Operation room. My favorite. My timing a little bit better there. Don't hit a diagonal there. You just want to go straight there. Overshot it. First try. I should have done that one sooner, that's okay. Harry. Interesting. What? That's cool. Nice. Don't bring it past this point. Got it. That's pretty sick. Man, they got a lot of mechanic ideas in this DLC. So, okay, we've got double jump crystals. That was a good platform to teach us that mechanic right there, by the way. Puffer fish that explode or bounce depending on which side you hit them on. Oh, really? So I have to let go of grab to drop from it? Thanks, bird. You're the bird I'm here to follow. Dang, yo. Oh, I see. There's like optional, which mechanic do you want to do kind of a deal? Cute. That means you need to have this mechanic to be able to do something off this way. Ah, wow, this is all of a sudden very Lost Vikings. This is different. I get what they're doing with it. It's cool. Okay, so you need the... Is there a path I can already take is the question, is what I don't know. Does it actually do anything, the fact that the platforms move slightly? Accidents. Gotcha, thank you. Breaking the wall there. Dying reset my power up. Of course it does. I see. Now I have access to this over here. Gotcha. I assume that progress carries over between deaths. It does. Cool. That's pretty neat. So I lose the pink. I thought those said this is the way you have to go to, or you need to have this to get through this area, but I think it actually means you need this power up, or this is the path that gates this specific power up, right? Because I technically went that way for the double jump power up. It might be right through there. We're about at time. I'm just gonna see how far I can get with this here. Right. Sweet. So neat mechanic. I can have both. Oh god, I have to let go. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Of course. I'm gonna try to get that thing really quick and then we'll wrap. Fuck. Oh, that's a neat way to change the level. Cute. Now we have a much more convenient. Ah, that's what that's there for. Okay. There you go. Future Marstead. Explore this level. I guess maybe I need to go to a new room to make sure that I save these power-ups. I'll do that really quick. Use the 2 power-ups in this room to open the locks. It's a pretty cool layout for a level, very different from what we've seen so far. Save and quit. Thanks, folks. It's been a treat. You know what's coming up. Oh my god, my arm hurts so bad. 6.9% of all players have this achievement. Nice.